Morning, everyone. Public service announcement: do not eat mutton, lamb, in large amounts. One, you're going to get diarrhea from eating too much lamb. Yesterday, I devoured quarter lamb, about maybe 2 pounds of lamb yesterday in chopped up pieces like cubits. Oh my goodness, the tiredness that I feel today doesn't compare to nothing other than a drug. I'm really tired today, and it's that lamb. It was what I ate yesterday. But I mean, it drained the shit out of me. Like I'm waking up, like you have a routine, right? You could drink one beer, you could eat whatever you want, but I decided to go with lamb yesterday, lamb and rice, and it was restaurant quality. It wasn't the street yellow rice. It was brown rice, so it was from an indoor restaurant Midtown, near the Hudson. you know, near the Hudson, the center of Manhattan. Right around that area. It's not too far from here. Oh my goodness! I ate the first bowl. I passed out. The first one, just around 5 o'clock. I woke up at 7. Ate the second bowl. Bunk, bunk, bunk. And got up and laid down. And I woke up. I've been sleeping since yesterday. Because the sleeping was good. It rained really hard. It turned cold all of a sudden. It's like, damn, it's a little hot here. But that breeze is gonna help me go pass out, and then boom, psh, okay, better. Boom, immediately fell asleep easily. 7 o'clock. Yes, I wouldn't say 7 o'clock, but maybe 8 to 9 o'clock yesterday. I was already, doing the stretchies, stretch to pass out. I woke up today at 7 after sleeping all that 12 hours, and I'm VR. That's the food, baby. If I eat light, but I found that mutton has a uh, uh, Tylenol PM quality. It's a very sleepy material. You eat that, forget about it. You're gonna pass out. Let's comb this hair and let's get to work. We got to get to work. We got to do a lot of things today. We got to at least get close to the money. Get close to cashing out as we can. God damn. But tired. And I chugged a whole venti cup of coffee right now. I cut a small pike with water, with a venti cup of water, made a tall Luke cold, still water, Americano, and I'm still not head above water, I'm still pretty tired. It's incredible. I didn't do nothing was different other than the diet. So it's that mutton. Forget about it. That mutton took the energy out of me. Maybe because probably it's digesting. It's 2 pounds of lamb in my belly right now because the rice wasn't even heavy. It was a little rice, lots of lamb. It's ridiculous. All right, so let's comb this hair real quick. Let's comb it, straighten out this straighten out the dew that is sort of drying out. We gotta oil it either today or tomorrow. You see it? Sort of, it's losing it's sort of being coated in whatever it was coated prior to being oiled. Although it's combing okay, there's still some oil left, but it's starting to become dry again. It's not staying straight. I mean, when I saw myself in the phone yesterday, I thought it's pretty dry. I think it's looking pretty good still. It's not good out here, bro. It's not good. People are not good. You don't know what they could be doing to you when you're not sleeping. in terms of the hair. They could be, touching you, putting those chemicals back in my head again, just so that my hair glues up together. And I did put my bandana on yesterday, but I woke up, it's been slipping off my head. Trying to do the doobie, it's been slipping off my head. But you don't know what they could be doing. You don't know if random strangers be touching you and shit, trying to dreadlock your hair, which is the main reason why it's damaged. You gotta oil it. Tomorrow morning I'm gonna oil it. Hopefully, if I have enough energy to do it. The way I feel today, bruh, it's gonna be ridiculous. I think it's okay. Still a little bit on the dry side, starting to become unoiled. Starting to become unoiled. Make sure we are removing anything that's in that hair. Piece of gum, piece of snot, a piece of glue. A bug could be hiding in my hair. Take it out with that shit. So yeah, what I said yesterday was real. I cut the stream. I don't know what you guys heard about what I said yesterday about my last call, but pretty promising. Makes a lot of money. The last code I created makes a lot of freaking money. So nothing in it. That's good. Good enough for me. It's so hot in here, or I'm physically so hot from having to change and transition into summer clothes that even my inner ear sweats, bro. You ever had sweats inside your ear? You ever had sweat go in your ear? That's how sweaty it's in here. Like if there's a stove or a fire around here. Yeah, they're pretty normal. That's pretty normal hair loss, in my opinion, compared to how it's supposed to be. Women are worse. Women definitely demonstrate showing way more hair loss around the crown area, so I'm fine with that. Let's put a see. It's already feeling rough on the start of the hairband. re-oil that shit, and definitely lots of hair loss. Not, I wouldn't say lots of hair loss because I've combed a couple times, but this is minimal natural hair shedding. Natural hair shedding. All right, let's get busy. Let's get busy. Feels like I'm in front of a Tepan jockey. You know what a Tepan jockey is, right? I'm right in front of that shit, cooking food right now. Oh, very, very hot here. Oh. I have no idea why the bandana keeps slipping off my head. Because if my bandana did not slip off my head, we would have less hair loss daily. Because the hair wouldn't tangle and it wouldn't be pulled out. So, ballpark estimates are the code I built with Sarah Kent, which is confidential, and I'm going to talk about it here today just a little bit. What surmounts $29 million if you were to trade six, $29 million in 68 trades. And what are 68 trades? 68 small day trades. Small day trades. So if you trade a 24-hour market, all right, I don't know, futures, NQ, and you make 68 trades, you're gonna make $29 million with no losses. That's what I created yesterday. That's why I said Eureka yesterday 6 times, and I sort of told everyone about it a little bit, but I'm not going to share that code. That code's personal. That's company material. That's you know, that's company material. That's how a company. That's a secret a company might have when making wealth and paying their employees. So I'm not gonna out there make money for it. Make money for it, build a Patreon for the code, and do all that mumbo jumbo thing script shit. Nah, I'm gonna use it. It's gonna be private. Sarah's gonna use it, or I'm gonna start proofing it on Monday with $900 at the current state that it is, and we're gonna make that dope. We're gonna make that money. I spent way too much money yesterday. Not regretting it, but it's it's best to eat good than it's best to eat good than make a mistake like that. That's 29 retail. Yeah, that's it. Uber Eats. We're back in the 27 range. Unfortunately, we're back in the dirty, filthy $26,000 range. But it's okay. It's part of life. And we're down from 250 to 193, but that's okay. Plus the coffee today. Let me see PayPal here. See PayPal, it's not showing what I need to see. I need to see the transaction details from yesterday. But yeah, it makes 29 million, bro. That's not a game, and it doesn't make losses. You check any of those bullshit codes out there, you know, aside by the dip, you know, other than that, that I already have a copy of BTD, not the not the one that they advertise and you have to pay $500 to have, but I already made my own version of Buy the Dip. But my code is motherfucking fantastic when it comes to that wealth shit. Makes a lot of moolah, baby, in a short amount of time. The goal is not getting confused at green light, Red light, that's all you can't be confused on. Because that it will do that. That's basically the only drawback to that code is that when the signal happens, you have to be you have to think about what you're doing. Hey, I can't find the fucking hole. I usually find it without missing. What the fuck? It's right there. Thank you. That's how slow I feel today. I can't even plug the headphone jack. I can't even plug the headphone jack. Yeah, bro. It's 29. It's a lot of numbers. It's a big amount of numbers. Quick. So if you go look any other code that has that bullshit on there, you're not gonna find them. You're not gonna find something that don't lose and make money like that. So the goal, or what I did to sort of fine tune it, basically how I found out that it works in that particular sense. Well, Sarah told me, Sarah Khan from Schwab told me, hey, I see the way you have it, but I can't trade that small aggregation. Oh, here we go. Now I could see this is not loss. This is internal transfer. This is deposit income. Wait, was it counted as income here? Let me check. Was that income or transaction? Let me see. Let's count this as internal transfer. How did I do it last time? Hold on. Let me check at the last time I moved money last month into here. PayPal transfer. What is it? I can't tell. I think it's counted as income in checking. So yeah, let's count this here as income. All right, we put it on danger, but this is the income. Income on PayPal. That is internal transfer. That's not income. And this is transfer. And that's income. And this is deduction. Just leave it as other. We're doing pretty good now. All right. We squared this away. Where's crypto at? Down a dollar something. Yep, here we go. 384 spent. 384 spent already. Already. Payment to Carhartt 293. It's part of life. It's part of life to spend like that. So green. Yeah, we got it. We got it. We did what we had to do here. That's it. We should be outside. We should be back to 27 in no time. By the 19th, we should be at 27. The goal is not decreasing the checking a little bit too much that it becomes unsustainable. Because 130, again, 300, 200, that's unsustainable. Sustainable is what I make in PayPal, being able to move, what I made in the month, moving it to checkings to rebalance the account. That's all that is. That's all that should be considered normal. Okay, so we're done. Looking at this, 319, 50 already at beer. What's food and beer? I spent 50 already. Yeah, I did already spend 50 on food and beer. I already spent $50 in food, and it's May 4th. Other good, 318 is basically the cost of what I needed. All right, that's it. Let's get to work. So yeah, Sarah was like, "Hey, I don't like that time frame. Ooh, 190 on 153 points already on PayPal. That's it. That's all I get back. $1 back. What the fuck? Oh, so $1.53 for $20. Assuming $1.50. Let me ask ChatGPT how much money I'm going to get back. Okay, ChatGPT. If I spend $25 and get 150 from Honey, how much do I get if I spend 300? $18. That's not bad. $18 back. That's what I want. That's a big saving. Be 6%. It's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Let's wait for that. So yeah, loyalty. May statement is here. I got a $10 reward at Carhartt. Nice. $10 there for the future. So Sarah said, yeah, the way you find out, the way you're using that code is too big. I can't look at that aggregation. And she told me, yeah, do a report on the code and see how it's doing. Check, do a report. I'm like, a report? All right. Just listening to what she's telling me to do. So I scaled down the code and try to simplify to say, yo, use the cloud. The cloud leads the signal. So the cloud goes first. If the signal appears below the cloud, the buy signal is okay, or it's going to be a buy signal. If the cloud, you know, if the cloud if the signal is above the cloud, right? It's a sell signal, and be careful on those signals. Ensure that you're paying attention to what is happening because they will switch on you. It's a dangerous game of green light, red light. I was like, okay. So then after scaling it down to 2 minute and 3 minute candle aggregation, I did the report on it. I'm like, yeah, so let me find out what the report is. And I check on the report. And the report is showing a lot of money. I mean, the report is showing infinite money. It said that the first time I did the report on it, it showed infinite money made. Profit and loss, infinite, infinite. And then I took the signal. It makes infinite money, makes trillions of dollars. Then I edited the signal for it to work like a strategy. Basically, buy to open, sell to close. So I utilized the sell signals in the close, the buy signals as buy to open and the sell signal to close, because there's two. There's a buy and a sell. One goes up, the other goes down. And then when I did that and I made it into a strategy with the right format in the code and right clicked on that signal and show report, the shit said 29 million in 68 trades using 2,000 shares. 29 fucking million using just the up signal, just one signal, just buying, bro. Buying every 2 hours. These are signals that show up every 2 hours, and they will come out late because they definitely have a little. They have to confirm. They have to confirm the shape of the trend to show up. But 29 mm, with the money. Sarah's really happy. I'm like, Sarah, you happy? Yes. Dot. I'm like, yeah, Sarah, say Eureka. I say Eureka sometimes. I've said Eureka like 3 times in my life. Say Eureka to that, and that's about it. And we are likely doing more codes than that. This is not going to be the last shit we do. Not going to be the only and last thing. We're going to stop here, continue using that. We have to think about a loan. Like I said, yo, I'm thinking about a loan yesterday. I need $250,000. And I know they're going to charge me 20% on interest on $250,000. And then with $250,000, you know how happy that is, right? You know how much money is $250,000, right? So you'd be doing, I don't know, 20 contract moves on SPY happily, just like nothing. Or move to futures or AQ and pay back that debt. Double it quick, double it as fast as you can. Either using the signal of or whatever way you can, but double that motherfucker because you got to pay that off. That's basically the that's basically the summation of how I found it. I like to trade big aggregation period. Sarah said scale it down. Then I remembered about doing the strategy, the report on it. Report on the signals and found out that it doesn't lose and it's highly profitable. Only drawback is when the signal comes out, because it doesn't happen all the time at every 2 hours. It happens once it confirms something on the trend. So it takes maybe 17 minutes, maybe 17 minutes, maybe this and that. But if they are above the cloud, you don't take them. If you're buying and the cloud is underneath, you don't take that one. That's basically how I. That's supposed to be a sell signal there, not a buy. Don't buy the sell signal above the cloud, and don't buy it. Don't use the sell signal under the cloud. That's basically how that works. Let's get busy, baby. We gotta make money today. I don't know how I'm supposed to make money because I didn't drink a lot, but I'm destroyed, bro. Severe alert for Bucks County. When yesterday? Motherfucking what type of severe weather alert? Rain or hurricane? Thunderstorm warning. That's basically how we found out that this shit was profitable as a motherfucker. So I could expect more between us. And I'm the one that's creating. I'm just taking orders by Sarah too. Sarah got the ideas. I just work with these ideas. She gives me these ideas. I tell her that idea sucks. I got an idea on this, and we ended up with that new shit right there. Oh, that's a blast off. Let me say good morning to Sarah real quick. Morning, Sarah. Well, hopefully, I get out of poverty. I need to make money. The only way, the only way that I'm going to start trading again, that ass on BD, is to be above, I gotta make right here. Hold on, let me go into PayPal once again. I gotta make $596.59. And once I'm there, I could spend 300 like I did yesterday, which is exactly what I did. Once I am debt free, because yesterday I was debt free, and the second I was debt free in surplus of $79, I brought that bitch down. I brought down the house. I got to buy myself clothes like that. Boom. And I moved up. Oh, no debt. Boom. Bring down the house on a motherfucker. So that's the only way I'm gonna put $300 of my own money in the stock market again. It's gonna be 300 of new money and $600 from TD Bank. And after that, no mistakes, baby. No mistakes. No mistakes. No mistakes, baby. Guano. White guano. Maybe my mom has some money for me out there, but if my brothers don't let them talk to me, I'm not gonna get nothing from that woman ever again. Probably a gift card, something like that, something small. My mom wasn't never too much cash like my, you know. Let's get busy. $100. You think I'm lying? By the way, let me pull up the paperwork. You guys think I'm fucking lying about the money? You think I'm lying about the money? Let me pull out the paperwork. Let me show you a P&L sheet right here. Let me just, brag about it a little bit. I shouldn't be showing because remember, it's top secret. This is top secret material. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? List. No, it's not here. Documents. Where's the CSV at? Where is it? I can't find it. I can't find it. Let me check on Discord what the name of the file is. I see what it is. I see what it is. There we go, baby. You think I'm playing, boy? This is called trade paperwork. Let me change the file name. Top secret shit. Top secret. Uh, you think I'm lying about this motherfucker? Look at that. Because, this is for the haters. People think that I'm messing around here. I know you guys are watching. You think I'm fucking lying about that motherfucker? Just look at that right there. Just that's all I'm gonna show about it. Hold on. Do you see that? See that number right there? Max trade profit and loss. Max trade. 4 million on a trade on that motherfucker. 4 million on a trade. That's my signals. And if you check at the 68 trades, no losses. No losses. Every 2 hours, bro. Every 2 hours, the golden sun appears. The prodigal son is just like, buy here. Don't be a pussy. Do you see that number right there? Is it clear? Is it clear that this is the output of that motherfucker? But it's top secret. That's why I ran out the door yesterday. Oh, I did. I ran out that motherfucker. I ran out. I'm like, nah, fuck it. 1:30 yesterday. I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here because my job is done. As a trader, that's the best thing you could ever want. That's it. That's records. That's records. That's IRS knocking your door. Hey, shekels in my hand now. That's the IRS. Like, put it right here. That's student loan debt. Like if it was confetti. Fuck yeah. Fuck your money. Fuck your money, U.S. government. Like, yeah, loans. Yeah, suck my dick and throw them the bag of 140,000. Like, you bitch nigga. Like that. And the Fed government grabbing my shit. Like, it's kind of heavy bag. It's a lot of money in there. Yeah, it's my loan, bitch. Get off me. Never going back to school again. And having money left over to burn after that. 140, it's like wiping my ass with a couple of 140,000 with numbers like this at bond rate. Could you imagine me getting bonds like this right now? Right? Bonds, nonstop. $1 million bonds. The second I make a million, get another bond, another 10-year bond, and another. The only thing that's disadvantage to my life is lack of money. 7-figure mind, 5-figure pocket. Age is a real number. I'm old already. I'm 39. 39, that's hard. Girls are not gonna like you. They're gonna call you old. They don't know about this. Some, people who are watching might know, but they don't know about this. They're like, yeah, I like someone that's taller, beautiful, with a bigger dick. Not you, you're a midget. Can I do? What can I do? I was so beautiful before. If all of this were to happen while I was still, aesthetically pleasing, it would still have the same result because women want the tall, black jet hair straight, perfect teeth, hung like a horse and shit. And my dick is this big, tiny, micro peepee. But the numbers don't lie, and we're gonna leave it at that. The numbers don't lie. This is free money. Free money. You see that? Between a buy and a sell. When I bought to the sell, it made $4 million. That's every 2 hours at 3-minute candle at 2-minute candle aggregation. One candle is 2 minutes. See you guys Monday. That's the message for you guys. See you guys Monday, because hopefully we could make this work. Not going to give any more call outs because I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose on these signals as I get the gist of it. Remember, green light, red light. We're playing a game of is it here or not here? It is here. Bye. Now wait for the sell signal. Sell close. That's it. That's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Buy. Wait for the the sell signal. Sell close. That's it. Nothing else. Hopefully we can do some conditional study so I don't have to look at it. It would be nice to just set and forget, buy and sell. Just basically wait till you see a buy, wait till you see a sell, and forget about it and come back and see money being made. That's basically it. Might as well. Let's try testing on that before we start making money. Because we gotta work today. We gotta catch on. Because we gotta make at least $30 next week, 30 to 40 $40 by the second week of May. Although it is considered the first week for many people. Baby. Hey, hit him with that bag, baby. Hit the fat loan servicing with a bag. Hey, what's up, Papa? How you doing? Yeah, you guys take cash? Yeah, we take cash. How much? How much? 140B. 140B. 140. We have a cash machine out here. Yeah, we do. We do. Tape. Like that. Bad boy status. We gotta do it that way, baby. We got to. We're gonna see how good are conditional studies with the strategy format. If we could do conditionals, we're gonna try conditionals Monday. They're there. And they do come. Some of them come early as motherfucker. Some of them come intraday, but 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock sell, 1 o'clock buy, 3 o'clock sell. That's pretty good. Open by 11 o'clock sell. That's perfection, in my opinion. Perfection. That's all that matters. This is all that matters. It's the future right here. Let me see how many intradays do we get. What the same thing? 9 o'clock buy, 11 o'clock sell. It's the same pattern, the same thing. And then 1 o'clock, no sell. You got to be watching these trades. Not all of them could be automatic. This if this day I would have done 100 contracts buy or a single option. There's 100 underneath, so it's a single fucking contract, an option call in the money, obviously, because we're not going to waste time with anything else until we get to 20 contracts. And once we get to 20 contracts, you'll stop because that's 2,000 shares. That's basically the 20 million right there. It's not going to be 29 on SPY. It's not going to be 29 on SPY like that. It could probably be 15 on futures. It could probably be 10 million, maybe 5 million on SPY. 5 million on SPY, 15, 20 million on futures, and even higher the higher the frequency. You understand what I'm saying? So it's relative. The amount that it makes is based on what you're trading. But on 68 trades, you shorten those in half, right? If it's 68, it's 68 days, maybe 2 days, and twice in a row in the day. And some of them make partial profit. This was a small one. This 7 o'clock signal. It's a really strange signal, not the 9 o'clock. 7 o'clock buy signal, 11 o'clock sell made partial profit. Although when you look at where it is, 50, 48, $2 difference, it's still pretty good. But if you bought it at open, then you would have lost money. So you got to be careful what you're trading. You got to be really careful what you're trading because it's assuming the code, the profit and loss is assuming that you have pre-market activities, that you could trade pre-market, and I can't trade pre-market, or I don't know how to trade pre-market, but I should figure it out. Here we go. We got a ramp up buy signal at 5 in the morning with no sell. This is a smoking hot signal right here. That's basically it. It's looking fucking amazing to me. It's the same thing I was using, just dialed down from less aggregation to more aggregation, starting longs at pre-marketing and letting them go at 11. Basically all there is. Sorry for not showing it, but I don't want people engulfing my shit on Monday. I'm smart. I'm not gonna let Wall Street bets or Michael, GW, Wilbert, any of these guys that might have a lot of liquidity. Yeah. Terrace long. Let's prove them wrong. Let's go short. I'm not going to let that happen anymore. I'm not going to give out any signals. Do they give any signals to me? No, right? Anyone say buy out there or sell? Nobody, right? So I got to abstain myself from giving out signals because I don't want them to try to go against the grain. Tic tac on it. Gotta gotta represent whatever the heck is going on. It's on certain situations. Oh, this is okay. Let me tell Sarah something that I found out. Okay, if you are going, okay, here we go. Do not trade. Hold on, let me tell Sarah. I mean, let me just not tell her. Put your code for sale, $1 million. She wants to sell it. Okay. Let me just tell her what I just saw. I was just investigating signals on 9:30 open markets. If the signal, right? If the signal is pre-market and open is above cloud, do not buy. That's basically it. Basically that, you know, or at best, only trade signals that are active and don't risk short signals or 9:30 a.m., 11 a.m. sell. I see that. I think I closed it. I saw one. I saw a buy signal pre-market that the market was above the cloud when it opened. Make sure you're below the cloud instead if you're going to buy. That way is safer because I see that signals are sell if price above cloud and buy if price below cloud. So ensure of when you trade to be above for sell, below for buy to be safe. Because if you buy and when you buy you are above cloud, you might lose trade. The key is buying with both things aligned, cloud and signal. So if, for example, pre-market signal is buy at 5 a.m., 7 a.m., or 9 a.m., and market open 9:30 is above cloud, do not buy. Is well above cloud, that's bearish. Do not buy above the cloud. Only with only below it. And you will see that many days it open and cloud is and is above price. Blue Sky buy. Put food in the pan so the people will plate. They start fucking with some people with cold. Freak out. People will go, quit acting afraid. Yeah, that's the day. Don't go into winners at the limits. We saw the blenders. I think it's, hold on, let me tell her. It's ginormous fucking trades, man. They're all pretty good. They're all pretty good, but some, based on how bullish it was after the signal, start becoming short or loss making. So right here above, it's always, if open is above, beware. You see, let me show. Let me start making circles on her to coach her. Grab a circle right here. This is, make a circle there. You see that? That's kind of on the strange side. Buy signal, but there. If it's below, it's perfect. And sales are always good. Yeah, those are all good. Let me show her the example. Below the cloud, everything is fine. Above the cloud for sale, everything is fine. The sell signals have no problem. Below, fantastic. Give me a million of those signals. It's like ordering, it's like catering money out here at 9 o'clock. Yeah. Give me a million of these and I'll make $1 million. Here we go. Once again, here's a sample of how it looks so that you don't take a trade. Let me show the other example. Anytime I'm gonna screenshot those to beware. And if no sell signal by 11, take the trade. It's, this is another partial example. Let me pull out the my Sharpie, baby. It's my Sharpie out here. Boom. You see that? This is what you got to be looking for at open. Every time that happens, which is not that often on the American market, you gotta watch it. You see right here it opened, but it's right underneath. When it opened, it's underneath the cloud. That's a fucking moonshot. A moonshot to that motherfucker. Here you get a buy signal, right? No, there's no buy signal behind it. Once again, let me show her another example without a signal of how it looks like right there. We got a couple screenshots of patterns that you need to be careful. Open was good. Okay, you see the open under perfection. Open right on underneath. So above it's fine. Those are all fine. That's a sell. That's all fine. Sales signal, that's all fine. Here we go. Another false. Another one of these. Right there at open. You see that? God damn, what a mess in the morning. That's fine. There's no, it's only sell signal there, but she's going to get a buy, and there's a lot of profit between that buy and that sell right there. Just look at the opposite example. Sell signal well below, no good either. Let me change the color of that one. This is a wrong sell signal. This is the sell signal. Let me change the color to that. Change a little, just to sell a little bit. You can't. That's too strong of a sell signal. Hold on. Too strong of a sell signal. Right there. Perfection. Buy open above. Be careful. It definitely more often than not it could get a little mix, but the goal is opening buy signal opening below the curve, moonshot. Albeit temporarily, but even if you bought here and the market dipped and then moonshot up, you probably would have closed. And if you would have from here to here, profit would be 491 to 509. Pussy pop right there. That's a lot of money, bro. 10 points. It looks small, but that's 10-point trade right there. 10 points in the money intra market. Mm. Mm. There we go. Still pretty good. Sell signal opens above, perfection for it. Perfection for it. It's the same thing all over. Open below clouds, launching. Open above clouds, not too far from them. That's okay. You wait till buy signal. Buy underneath clouds, a big launching power. It's the same thing for buy and sell. It's not that often for buys or sells, but it's still big money. All right, sell. Good. This is buy signal underneath open. How much money difference from buying somewhere down here? be a $2 difference, but it's still profitable. You probably would have bought underneath the cloud and then you seen the sell, and that's about it. No signal. There we go. Buy underneath cloud. You know how that is. Here we go. That's it. Let me show Sarah now. Discord. Okay, I am starting to cover for things to look out for. Here are examples of bullish signals that should not be trusted. Basically, blue sea, basically a inverse, the opposite of a blue or orange sky. Let me pull all of these out. Oh, I forgot to screenshot them. Hold on. I forgot to screenshot them. Hold on, let's go back. I got a cell girl screenshot that mother right here. That's okay. All of those are good. No circles on them. No circles on them. No circles on them. Circle. Make sure both of those signals are in there. That's one circle. It's a bearish inverse. Avoid this signal. There we go. Okay. Okay. Every of every of these examples show signals or buy signals that might for a 9:30 a.m. American Open make less profit due to 9:30 execution and positioning compared to 24-hour market. Following the rules is key. Here we go. We got a if you see these from as one, two, three, four, one shows the pattern. One shows the pattern of blue below, careful. Don't go, don't buy signal. Like it's the market being above. Blue ended up pulling back quite quickly, losing money by the next few minutes. Number two shows no buy signal, but the same concept. Even if there is no buy signal, whenever the candle is above the cloud, it leans bearish, not bullish, so should not be traded. Number three shows a possible suspect to not trade or above, but no sell signal, and it was okay. And number four, again, the same pattern that if candles are above the cloud, well above, not touching it and a little, the signal might be short and make little to lose money. This is also true on sell signals. There is only one sell signal that is wrong. Here you see another buy signal above blue cloud, ending up really short and closing soon after for picture number five. And number six is the sell signal. If not above for sell signal and it's well below as shown here, hold on, let me show red signal better. Below cloud, sell, do not sell. It will be buy. Here we go. Let me find the sell one again. Where's the red one? Much better sell signal. See the sell. It comes, but market open is buy, not sell, as it's below as is buy. 9:30 a.m. candle is underneath cloud. So it it's already done the job, and it's very likely to end quickly and make little money to no money. These rules are only for American market, because if we could trade pre-market on American market, we wouldn't have this problem. If we could trade pre-market, none of these rules would matter. So, so before pressing buy, be on positioning. Some buy signals above, you might be able to get away with some cash quick, or no sell signal and more trend, but it's best to keep it safe. BK all day, baby, Black Killer. We don't play around out here. You gotta be careful. Wealth is key. Wealth is of mind, heart, and spirit. There's treasure hunters out here. Wealth destroyers. Not going. New York City's turning 994 again. And I'm getting closed by next week. Brand new clothes, and I'm watching for pocket watches, for slashes, for clothes destroyers, right? Because when they wear their pumps, right? When they got their clothes and shit out here in the city, when they wear Louis V, when they got motherfucking when they got motherfucking Nike, Louis Vuitton on, Gucci and shit, you never see them in the club and shit, right? But they wear rags during the day. And they, when you wear your clothes, if you wear your good clothes every day, they be looking to be pocket watching, flashing, making cuts in assholes with sushi sticks, with screws and all that shit. I'm getting new clothes in a week with fresh money. I'm watching who's gonna be behind me, and they all black, baby. Real unfortunate, but this is psychological disorder these people be having. It's about stopping you from having things, including clothes, because my clothes all destroyed thanks to black people in this motherfucker. Dead ass. I'm not lying about this shit. They have no respect for us anymore out here. We respect them, but they don't want us to have good clothes out here. They don't want us to have new things. The new jacket last October lasted one day without being slashed. Why? Because up here they motherfucking loco ese. They in here they be smoking that crack. They be smoking that powder. Be smoking stupid shit. Up here they stupid. I'm watching. Pocket watching out here. It's not a joke. wealth destroying people, costing me money, lots of money. I shouldn't have had to spend $600 yesterday, but I have no choice. I have no choice. Money has to come out of my pocket to change how I look because the problems are going to continue happening. I'm going for even tougher cloth this month while they wear the cool G, the AV jacket they hide and shit, them Jordans, $1,000 reps on their feet. When you're not looking, they out here doing punctures on people's toughest fuck pants, puncturing, slashing clothes. I'm watching. It's not a game, player. I'm not crossing that East Highway for a reason. I'm staying on this side and real careful who is behind me at all times with fresh clothes once I cross the East Highway. If it's not here, it's over there. Once you go into Target, the bullshit be happening. Once you go into Whole Foods, the pressing be happening. That's all psychological behavior, you know? When you're trying to break people's shit, when you're trying to break people's clothing, you want to temp out, BK off there, baby. I'm tired. I'm calling their ass out every single day. So that white people wake the fuck up, that you have a threat, your son has a threat, his property's at stake, his clothing is at risk, you spending money and you wasting money on food, on clothes, and all this shit, because you got a motherfucking target on your back. Continue blasting this music. We're doing a good job, you know? Lucky. They lucky I got that money, because if I didn't have that money, they would make me look like a motherfucking bum for the majority of the rest of the year with overpriced food and shit. For overpriced, he should pay more. You understand what I'm saying? There's a little small segment about these people. Small segment. These people in Battery Park rather hoard the grocery store, the bodega here in Battery Park for a chopped cheese at $10 than go into any of these supermarkets buying their overpriced food. Who do you think is overpricing these foods? These people. It's not a game. It's not a game. They'd rather get a chopped cheese for $10 to satisfy themselves, right? That shit's crowded up in there. All of them white women. Let me get two chopped cheese for my son. Hispanic women. Let me get two chopped cheese. This and that. Because they gotta fill that belly up, and they're not gonna spend them $10, them $9.99 up in that fucking supermarket, where you're gonna get less than half the calories, less than half of 1,000, 1,200 calories, 1,500 calories for $15, for $16. It's not a game. That's not a game. OJ, bro. OJ. I haven't had OJ since they made that shit $4 out here, $3.99 for a cup of OJ. They expect us to be squeezing oranges, to consume or have OJ consumption. The way they pricing things, they're removing things from our body altogether because we're not going to pay for that. We need to supplement with something the vitamins and minerals and calories we need daily. It's not a game. I'm not afraid of them. You think I'm afraid of their bullshit? I ain't afraid of their bullshit. I'm ready to scrap all day. I'm ready to swing for my fucking food, to swing for my money. But they don't get it. They don't get it that we're at that level yet. Because white American women get money from their husbands or from the poor people get from supplemental assistance and it's free money. But my money is costing. The money that I make is being lost on these people. It's being based on their excess of fucking of overpricing our shit. No OJ, no OJ, no cheap 2,000 calories. Everyone at a caloric deficit out here. Everyone at a caloric deficit. Why? Because 2,000, you better have a kitchen and a stove to cook a pot of rice, right? To cook a motherfucking third world looking pot of rice with whatever protein you can stick in your belly, and the majority of it will be carbs. The majority of the brunt in a household would be just carbs. But that's how expensive it is to put something that's supposed to be basic nutritional guidelines, 2,000 calories in your body. That's how expensive it is in here. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's not a game. That's not a game. They're playing with human life out here. Okay, so we need to pay more. Because we need to pay more. in some mischievous way, and all they doing is making people sick out here, making people sick. Because yesterday, by the grace of God, I could spend $23 to stick well more than 2,000 calories in my body. But today, crap. If I get to 1,200, I'll be lucky. Because coffee and sugar, that's less than 60 calories. If I get over 1,500 today, I'll be lucky. Because a pound of ham is only 250 calories. And even if I consume a whole fucking box of ham, a bag of Doritos and shit, and a Snapple apple, I would still be at 1,500 calories. And the money, flows out of your pocket. It's like, boom, take 10, boom, take 15 every day. 10, 15, or starve. It's not a joke. Wait till 3 o'clock to see how the bodega get back here on a school day. Everyone in that motherfucker, they rather buy there than cross the street for a reason, because everything is way too overpriced. Everything is out of the question. They think that we're gonna survive a Oscar Mayer wieners and bologna out here. Food availability, and as a doctor, and calories in its price, it's off whack. It's off whack. And who's pricing that? Who point the finger at them? Who's pricing that? Who's saying, oh, he has to pay more? Who's saying that shit? Money. Lots of money. Ready to go to Pound Town for that fucking money. Pound Town with it. Costs money. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's not a game. They think it's a game. Oh, make Whitey pay. They think that shit's a game until they wasted 600 to survive out here. Until they make 1,000 and 600 goes to eating one meal a day. You're not even satisfied with the shit. That ass. I'm not lying. 600, 600 gone like that in food, and you're buying garbage, chips, soda, Snapple, maybe a pound of ham on garbage. Like if we don't have a kitchen, they're taking advantage of the empire. They're taking advantage of people that can't buy bulk, that can't have a kitchen, and yanking the shit out. You know, making us go through hoops. Making us have to bust down and throw a 20 out there for a single meal, like if we were Rockefeller and shit, like if we were rich and shit. Up here, they don't get it. I mean, this establishment right here, this is fine. This is for people who work. Where I'm at right now, I'm at a food court for people that work at AMAC, make 40,000, 50, 60,000 a year. To those people, $20 is nothing. They'll spend $20 a day and be fine. But people like myself who make zero, and by the grace of God, we make maybe $100 a month out of pocket, 600 would disappear. Our food alone, eating junk food, bro. It's not funny. The situation in this city is in peril. We are in peril. If we don't have food affordability for the small things, if we can't supplement our body with 10 ounces of OJ for $1.60, $1.50 out here, right? How it used to be, maybe $1.16, some shit like that. $1.16, but not $3, not 280, with not 3.15 for a cup. It's for a single cup of juice, bro. $3 for a single cup of juice. It's not funny. And the way they hide they folks it is by making really cheap certain things. Soda, 99 cents. Oh, this is a banana, 66 cents. Oh, this and that, really cheap. But you're not going to eat bananas and soda to supplement your life. You need 2,000 calories. How are you going to find 2,000 calories if what you really need is a salad that's worth $10? It's a sandwich that's $7 with enough nutrition in it. Not a skimp ass shit. No, $7 for a foot long for a hero full of ham and cheese, how they used to be. That's how. You gonna pay a hero. You gotta get a hero. It's gonna be real heavy. It's gonna be lots of cold cuts, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, and that's gonna be 2,000 calories. That's gonna be 1,500 to 2,000 calories right there with superstada, with turkey, with ham and steak, and a foot long. But now, you know how much is that? Way greater than that, because they're gonna skimp it out. They're gonna give you all bread, a few slices, like if we were in fucking mainland Cuba. Like if we were in Havana, Cuba, two slices of this, a little bit of slice of brie, a little bit of arugula, not even cave the bread in and then sell it for 12.99. 12.99, and you remove the inside, and the inside don't even weigh half a pound. Don't even weigh, they don't even, it doesn't even weigh half a pound. That's what they're doing to people out here. What we need, that they're supposed to go to quick, the snack food, the quick lunch. They taking all our money at quick lunch. Should be with a bev. The bev should be $1.60, $1.80 for a cup of juice, so that we see it. Ooh, $1.80. Let me get an OJ. $2, $1 and some cents. Gonna end up 2.16 with tax anyway. But $3, $4, 3.15, 3.35 for a cup of juice. Nah. A sandwich that had no meat for 13. Nah. An even smaller sandwich with even less ham than that for 8. Nah, we weren't born yesterday. We weren't born yesterday, and they expect us to eat a whole bag of potato chips every day, or have a bunch of bologna, or have or Oscar Mayer wieners, or honey buns instead, a whole box of honey buns for $3. That's not right. They're overpricing what we need. That's basically the summation of it. And it's these people that say, "Oh, he has to pay more for that. Oh, he has to pay more." Those people, they want to yank the motherfucking weave out their head. They want to grab that bitch and yaga that shit out their head. They doing it on purpose. They doing it to starve us, to make us dry inside, to give us constipation, to take our fucking health, and then act like if they've done nothing and go home and sleep on a nice bed. Yeah, I'm starving homeless people. I'm such a proud black woman starving fucking people like me out here. That 600 disappears of our wallet. 600, like that, like that. In a snap of a finger, it'll take less than 30 days for 600 to disappear. Food stamps gone. Cash assistance gone. Money out of pocket gone for one meal a day. But I mean, just throw that bitch out there like, yeah, money. All because they don't want to do the right thing. All they got to do is load up a fucking sandwich and price it at $7. But I mean, load that bitch up until it don't fit any meat, wrap it with cellophane, and put it on the cooler. You're gonna throw that shit out anyway, right? You're gonna throw it out. The majority of the food is also thrown out. That's what makes no sense that they're trying to do this shit to us. They'd rather throw out all this overpriced food out every night, day by day, instead of instead of increasing demand by lowering price, getting people like myself to go in there because I'm gonna get that sandwich. It's gonna be $8. That's it. That's all I need. And a bet, quick, and it's gonna be loaded, and I'm only gonna need that motherfucker in my body how it used to be. A salad, a big salad like this back in the day. Croutons, Caesar, chicken, dressing, all this shit. This circumference, maybe 13, 14-inch circumference, and deep full of salad and meat and all this shit, $9.99. Not 12, not 13, $10. And I used to drink 2 beers, pound 2 OD English, and eat that salad and be satisfied. And OD English also was $1.50 for 25 ounces. $1.50 for that shit. $1.35. $1.35, $1.25. The same thing for the 25. The same thing that they're pricing the beer at Whole Foods. It's cheaper to get intoxicated with alcohol than to buy a fucking Snapple. It's cheaper to get intoxicated with a Budweiser than buy 13 ounces or less, 10 ounces of orange juice. You could buy 50 ounces of beer, then get 10 ounces of orange juice. Think about that. You could buy 50 ounces of Miller Lite, of Budweiser, of Coors Banquet, 50 fucking ounces, then buy one single fucking cup of orange juice. They, you see the degeneracy in it? I see the degeneracy in it. I see it. I see the unfairness, just the elitism of overpricing. We're making lots of money. We're gonna make lots of money on it. We're making lots of money off these people. Lots of money, but at what cost? I thank God. Hopefully the Attorney General is already moving the motion of the potion. Remember, I sent an email, a letter for official use only to the lead prosecutor of New York City to focus on these people's pricing practices. Letitia James, I emailed her to copy on my email to ensure that there's equitable access to food for people that cannot buy in bulk so that this stops happening. So 984 was April, costing to April. I'm well over 1,000 in food in 5 months. 5 months, well over 1,000. Eating potato chips, eating whatever you find, eating one meal a day that's going to cost 16, 17, 25, fucking $23. You see that? See how expensive it is to survive? All garbage. So far, my body looking nasty. Because once you start eating good, right? Once you start eating chopped cheese, okay, you start spending if it's cheaper, which is what I'm gonna do by the end of May. By the end of May, for now, I'm on cash assistance and SNAP money. But by the end of the month, and I'm using my money, I'm gonna be at the chopped cheese because the chopped cheese is the hunger stopper. It's gonna be 1,500 calories with a bever. Fuck it, it's done. You know, you don't need to eat nothing else. Just one single sandwich all day. You understand what I'm saying? This is what's happening to the city. It should be a certain way. They're trying to maximize profit somewhere, and they're taking advantage of the privilege. You know, it's the privilege versus the disadvantaged, and it should be the complete opposite. If you want to make money, overprice the beer. I'm still gonna buy it. I'm still gonna buy it. Overprice it. Jack the beer up. Make the OJ $1.60 again. $1.66 for a single fucking cup of OJ. Do it. That's what you should do. The sandwich, you see that sandwich at $13.99? It better be a hero. It better be a hero. That little ciabatta with less than a pound of meat in it for $13, that's a money grab. You want to make $6 of pro. You know, you want to make how many sandwich you can make with the produce? A single tomato is what 60 something cents. The lettuce shredded up would be cents, and the less of a the amount of less than a pound of meat in that fucking sandwich amounts to $5, $6 profit per sandwich. It's just worth $6, $7. Make $1 on them. Give them to us. If you're going to be that skimpy, Havana activities like Whole Foods. We'll talk about Whole Foods now. You're at $7, $6.99, $7.99. That's fine. It's not 13 because it has some ham in it. You know, not 13 with a little bit. You can't be doing that to people. They're just taking advantage of us. You have to go back to live plentiful again. McDonald's, everyone has to join suit. Because if it's a citywide thing, everyone else is going to continue lining up to the bodega because the bodega got the chopped cheese instead of entering those places. And anyone that needs that has kids that needs actual food, they're taking advantage of all those people on a day-to-day basis. Price creep, overpricing, food that they're gonna throw out anyway, trying to maximize value over garbage. Garbage. You're gonna throw that out. Those people are gonna throw that out within the next 10 days. Why not give it cheaper? Nah, but the sandwiches rot in that motherfucker. There's nobody gonna touch that at $13. I don't want it. I, I'm not gonna buy it. You show me a hero full of meat, Italian sub, full of meat to the rim, from corner to corner, right? The cut section looking, 4 inch and a half of meat, lettuce, tomato, and shit. Wrapped with the
with the mayonnaise and mustard. Two packets of mayonnaise and mustard wrapped in the same thing for $7.99. I'm grabbing that bitch quick like that. That's mine. I'm gonna eat that. But it's all about taking advantage of people like us, the homeless people that have no home, and we are still dishing like if we lived in a $2,000 apartment. We are still living. They're forcing people like us to have nothing to pay up for their sins. Like if we were, like if we had a pantry and storage shit, you know? Because if I had a pantry paying that amount of money, I would have 75 pounds of jasmine rice, 50 pounds of chicken, 35 pounds of beef up in the refrigerator, all types of, snackable foods, small, tiny things, cheese with, I got cheese thins, a pudding, jello, oatmeal, all these small things in the pantry, things that last longer. Well, 600 is to make a fucking party in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. My mother would cry. If I came home with $600 from that, either went to Costco or went to BJ's or went to Walmart and went to town, hit the town with two grocery carts, she would fucking cry when I came home. And that's what I'm spending for petty. That's what I'm spending for a bag of chips for 1,500 calories a day, if I'm lucky. Less than 15 on a diet, 100%. To the point that you start sagging. Once you start eat, right? You eat 2 weeks that you're not sticking 1,500 calories. Your body starts being swollen with the salt. So you see this area, instead of having a bright face, you start looking with little pockets and little wrinkles. You start looking sassy and disgusting looking. And to save my appearance, all I need is to eat a chopped cheese, and that whoop, makes the skin firm again. And the skin immediately goes, ta-da, you look pretty now. You look pretty now. Your belly is full. It's not a joke. That's what they're doing to us out here, bro. That's what they're doing to a lot of people out here. Not just a few people. It's a lot of people that are going through this issue. A lot of people, and they rather line up, and they're short of cash. They rather line up at the bodega to knock on that fucking door. That people make a chopped cheese, get $10. They load them up. They load them up, $10, $9.99, and put everything on there. Everything, fuck it, everything, anything you want to put in that bitch, put in it for $10 with the meat in the middle, and you satisfy your hunger that way. Because there's no other way. Retailers are profit over people in a very disgusting way out here. Disgust, disgusting. My mother would cry. If I come home with $600, she would cry. And I would come home with pork loin, long two pork loins to start making pork chops when I get there real quick. All types of shit for 600. All types of shit. Two bags of 50 pounds of rice, cans and beans, tomato paste, spaghetti. It would be a motherfucking. Oh, and that's what I'm spending for 1 month. That's coming out of my pocket. 1 month, and I have no way of stopping that, of controlling that at all. It's impossible to control that. It's always going to be $5 for a bag of chips and a beer. It's always going to be over $8 for anything else. A Snapple, a bag of chips, $8. A Snapple, a bag of chips, check that shit out, $6, $7. A bag of chips, a bag of fucking chips. Unless you're gonna eat the tiny one, right? You're gonna eat the tiny one for 450 calories. You think the human body can survive on 32 ounces of Snapple and 250 calories of a Lay's salt and vinegar chip? It's impossible. The human body is not supposed to do that. What it does is that it makes you weak. It makes you be flabby, no muscle making. You know, no evacuation. You don't even go to the bathroom. All you want to do is sleep if you have no energy. It's serious out here, man. It's not a joke. And hopefully the government steps in. We need the government to step in. My letter has to hit somewhere. I'm still to wait for any reply from the AG. The AG has not. The AG has not replied me back. Right here, AG scheduling this one. The AG at Anyone from agnewyork.gov has not emailed me back, but I'm hoping going to reply and say, hey, Dr. Roman Bonilla, we picked up. We're going to do something about it. That's all I want to hear. That's all I want to hear. We're going to do something about it. All right, good. Prosecute. Get rid of people. Arrest them. Do whatever you got to do, but make access to food equitable in the city. Because if not, the homeless people are going to survive. Going to continue spending 600 for garbage. For garbage, junk food. 4 or 5 days junk food. One day, $15 for a single meal. You know, to make ends meet. Let me get a bag of chips today and a Snapple, and that's it. Because I'm not going to spend any more than that today. Because if I spend 15 every so often, by the 15th, I'm going to run out of fucking Snap. Like that, by the 15th, I'm out of Snap, and it's happened before. If I go the quick route, you know, doing regular amounts of calorie every day, Snap lasts 15 days. Because it's going to be $15, $16, $12, 15, 12, dun, 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 and 300 just poof, in 15 days. Just disappear, just out. You're done. Just for eating $15 a day. And that's all they give you. It's either they raise Snap to the $600, which should be the correct thing to do. I know there's going to be a lot of fraud. There's going to be a lot of people cashing out them stamps. Oh, cashing out their stamps, and it's part of the system. Either they catch up or they start. They're slowly killing us. Yeah, they're slowly killing us. It's not a game. It's genocide. Genocide out here. They're not out shooting us or gassing us, but they're decreasing our caloric intake. We went from living. If you're homeless and you just left your mother house, and you don't have a good appetite, they'll starve you to death. They'll starve you. If you don't have enough money, if you don't have SNAP, you'd probably be dead by now. You'll be dead. You'll be dead. You're gonna be sitting there like, begging or eating your dookie. That's what the body does naturally. The body does eat their shit, and there's people in the subway system right now that are consuming their own feces based on lack of money availability. Imagine the health concern of starving people. Imagine the health concern that you got people out there taking their dura, squatting, taking a dura in their palm and shoving it down their throat because they don't got money. They don't got money. They may have an addiction. That's not something that's pleasurable. That's something that they do to survive out here. Not going to leave it on the ground. In the subway, he should though, or on the train tracks. And I rather, and like a baby would, like an untrained baby would. Pay attention. Real crime happen out here with the food supply. Real crime. It is not a game. Let's get busy. I gotta make a buck. Let me tell you something. Back in the day, 2009, 10, 11, 12, there was so much food in the streets in New York City, you did not have to pay for food. You have to get by for 1 week, and the next week, there would be, by the next Thursday, there would be food everywhere. And I say that whomever took that from us, whomever changed the policies and the practices of waste in the city, took food from a lot of people. Because a lot of people ate that food in the city. But 10 years later, a lot of changes, right? A lot of really big, important changes were made to the city, to the city's environment that ultimately decreased the availability of food on the sidewalk to zero. Because that person eating the motherfucking feces on the subway train wouldn't have been on the subway train, would have likely waited for that Starbucks pastry bag, for that Ubon pain, for that Rite Aid bag full of things, and would have consumed from there. Would have consumed from there. But they took that wealth from us. That's how I made my wealth. Just like that. I have 5 figures in the bank right now. Five. I'm not poor. I got five right now. And I have five right now because during those times when I had nothing, I had that. And I was able to keep those translucent, free $200, 240 in my pocket, 20 with no ink on it. After sweating on them, after keeping them, after putting them back in my pocket, after not keeping them in my backpack, after keeping them on me at all times until they lost their entire ink by the time I went to deposit them. After coming back from the military, I went to the military and still had that 3-year-old money in my pocket. Why? Because I didn't have a bank. Because I was holding, I was trying to grow my grow my wealth, and I had to make some changes. And what I did was eat from the sidewalk, and that satisfied me indefinitely because there was excess of it. I traveled. Let me show you how I did it. I would skateboard Midtown Manhattan or 40th Street, right? 40th Street skate park all fucking day. Go to a Starbucks, load up on some rum, on some Bacardi and OJ, crash, or just start walking. I'm hungry. Once I start walking up to Washington Heights in the middle of the night like that, I was looking. You found chocolates, bags full of 5, 6 pounds of chocolate bars. You found Starbucks on your way, pastries, them box with the egg and the brie, a grape and crackers boxes. You found a plethora of food in the city. But the mayor, the health administration in the city is so anti-human, profit over people. They ended up taking that from and I remember lots of beautiful women going motherfucking a pile that Whole Foods made to pull kale, pineapples, green onions, purple onions, girls, beautiful girls. I remember watching, rummaging through the trash in a bicycle with a basket and going boom, 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 boom to take to their apartments. They were plentiful. Those girls remember what they did. They had to get their hands dirty, but they filled up. They got that food, took it home, peeled, straight to cooking or doing what they needed to do with that food. But unfortunately, the city made certain changes that are affecting us economically, and we need to pay up regardless. Congestion pricing, the survivable price of a homeless individual being $600 just to have a bag of chips and a Snapple a day. All these things are, unfortunately, bad decisions. Bad decisions that businesses are making, bad decision that the city is allowing to do, and it should have never changed. If the city was still putting garbage food on the sidewalk, I would have, woo, woo. You know what I would do? Every second week, every once in a while, Maybe in the business, maybe the businesses around here. Target, check the bag. Ooh, look at that, what's in there? Oh, pastry. Oh, sandwich. All this, all that. Nom, into the body. Free, 5 finger discount instead of having to steal, instead of becoming a criminal, so on and so forth. To survive out here. That's basically the worst thing. The turn of the century changed when they took food from a lot of people's mouth when they said no more food on the sidewalk, and that basically took a lot of money from people out here. That made a lot of people poor, and it could be a reason why more than 100 people would leave a city. Because the city, to me, when I was young and skateboarding, felt like Eden. Eden. So I became an expert at finding food. An expert. I was an expert. I wasn't eating the crumb, all saliva, all the nasty stuff. No, I was finding, like a shark, very precise instruments for my survival. Like a shark, precise. Human being smart. I remember I found filet mignon, the whole roll of filet mignon, when there was a blackout in the city. I think it was 2010. Steak this big. I took that bitch. I took that bag. I went to Ian's house. We chopped that bitch up. We were having steak for at least a day and a half. We ended up going to Delaware with 6ix9ine, like a vacation house, hanging out, mozzarella, eating, saving food or whatever, having to go actual spend some money, but continue the unloading, the eating process. Mignon, this big. Mignon, this thick, like that, bro, in a bag and sealed. Not like throwing in the bag like if it was waste. Not sealed meats, butcher trimming. That's what I survived on. I ate that, or box pizza, or pastries that were fucking pristine. Little coffee in it, little coffee shape, snap, slap the coffee out of that and swallow that. That's how you're gonna save a lot of money. That's how I came up. That's basically how I survived out here. And there's a lot of people that did that. Woo, there was a lot of people that did that. And they bicycle, they waited for that day. I remember seeing a crowd of three beautiful blonde women, light eyes, blonde hair, straight black hair, in a skirt, like a onesie, not polka dot, but stitched square pattern, like flannel, but thin, like a onesie flannel skirt on a bicycle with a basket behind Whole Foods. The pile of bags is this big, and they the pile, rummaging through it like people, my people. That could be my girlfriend right there. I like her. That food's gonna be good. She's putting food on the table. She's doing what she needs to do to fuel up, doing what she needs to do. It's not, oh, yes, oh, those people, that ego. Not everyone did that. I remember rummaging through the trash near Ubon Payne, near Broadway, where the how do you call it? The main post office is right there near Broadway. That one of those roads between Broadway heading this way toward Battery Park. There was an Ubon Payne there. I think it was Broadway. I remember I went down. There was chocolate muffins. There was honey buns. There was other pastries like chocolate croissant. You know, au chocolat croissant. Certain things. And I remember I took two muffins. I looked down at the bag because I was so expert at it. I'm like, tap, 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 touch it without even looking at it. Tap, 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 tap. That's the pastry one. Open it up, grab two muffins, chocolate muffin, and behind me, people that were going to fucking work. We're talking about the people that could have been going to this building, could have been going to Goldman, about to go to work in suit, go down, look at the bag, grab something, and put it in their bag or eat it. I saw the guy grab that motherfucking honey bun after I found the garbage, took the motherfucking shit in front of me, and started munching on it right behind me. That's how valuable that food there was. Because it wasn't just people that were crazy or lunatic. It was everyone. That's free sustenance. That's what I was doing in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, right before I left my house. There was a supermarket that threw out a lot of produce. and I basically just needed to lift the bin up, lift the, and they separated. They were real nice with it. They're not like New Yorkers. New Yorkers sort of, if they might mix things in the supermarket, they might mix meat with vegetables. Now over there, you would open it, you would find 50 Roma tomatoes, a bunch of yellow onions, of vegetables, fruits on one side, like that. Get a cantaloupe, took a cantaloupe home, took a pineapple. We'll be right there at finger discount. I came back with a bag from my house, 2 bags, tomato, the big ones, the beef eater tomatoes, and the Roma. Boom, boom, boom. What you buy those tomatoes? Don't matter. Let me clean them with soap and water. Blah, blah, blah. Don't matter. Boom. I wrapped them with a paper towel into the freezer to freeze them. If I want to use them, I throw them out. I boil them to make my sauce. Peel them right there. Pop, pop, pop. As they boil, they start peeling, still frozen, into the pot. Pop, 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 making sauce from things from waste. What? New York City is so anti-human. They didn't think about that decision. They didn't think who it would affect or who is it affecting. And it's the same mentality that makes these people want to overprice food, not knowing who they are affecting, even if they raise price by 30 cents. The effect, the equitable, ethical effect of taking a single food item, taking what you need and raising the price of it 200%. Why? Because it comes out of your black balls or it comes out of your weave. Comes out of your motherfucking weed. Let me overprice this shit to fuck with these people. You see what I mean? So they go, grab the food, jack it up 30 cents today, come back 7 days later, another 30 cents, just to not see you buy it. Just to stop you from buying things. That's what they're doing out here. And we are going to miss the city eventually. If they continue doing what they're doing, and nobody's going to put them in jail where they deserve to be for doing these things to us, we're going to end up leaving. We're going to end up where food is. We're going to end up going where food is plentiful, where we don't have socioeconomic issues or racial issues with other people, where nobody's going to slash our clothes, where nobody's going to beat us unconscious in the train, where we don't have to deal with their shit, because we're dealing with their shit right now. We're paying for their problems. We're paying every day for the problems they have with us, and it's unfair. They shouldn't be playing with that. That's playing with fire, and fire burns. Fire hurts. You're hurting people when they do that. They're not gonna learn. They're not gonna get the point. I get the point. I'm the one. I'm the one driving the narrative. What these people are doing to us. Not here, because the food prices they have in this establishment, this employee food court, don't matter. What matters is what they're doing in the supermarket, and they're not gonna wake up from that. They're gonna try to drive forth anti-humanism or you know dehumanization and force you to eat 1,500 calories a day, not 2,000, not 2,100, but 15, 1,400 calories a day, 1,300 calories a day, to ensure that they have control over you, your weakness, so you can't fight with them, right? They fully fed, they got a stock pantry, you can't swing, you can't duke it out for what you stand for, so that they could slowly kill you. In their psychology, yeah, I buy every weed, man. I got money for weed every day. I can't wait to get out of work and get high. But they're not thinking about what they're doing to regular people. They're not smart enough to realize the damage they are doing to the environment. They should though. They really should. They should wake their ass up and realize that they're making people pay for they're making innocent people pay for the issue. And that's basically the root of the matter in the city. It would be amazing if we go back to free food, man. Free food, it would change everything. Everything would change. Everything. Every single person that's poor in the city that's never done this, never done what we know. Real New Yorkers know about that free food shit. Woo! They're gonna be like, I could bring all of this home like that. They'd be like, they wouldn't believe the potential of how we did it before. How everyone did. Remember, beautiful girl getting kale, see a woman, a vegetarian woman going, "Oh, it's Christmas out here." Every Thursday be Christmas in the motherfucker. Every Thursday, bro. Every second Thursday of the month, Every second Thursday of the month will be Christmas for a vegetarian. Christmas. Fruit smoothies out the ass, packed food, unpacked food, vegetables, fruit. It'd be insane. It'd be worth every second to be here. Why is Eden? That's how I called it. When I was 25. I called this place Eden, and it's named Eden for a reason. Eden, Genesis, Eden. New York City was really Eden in that generation, and it was like that for a really, really, really long time. Now they made free food inaccessible. They want you to pay. They want you to pay, and now innocents are paying. Now they are making people that should not be paying. People that can't afford shit paying. I mean, they're paying to survive, basically. They're paying, they're giving all they got. Like if we were in times of war to survive out here without having to ration food, just overprice it to a certain extent that you got nothing left over for underwear. You have to think food for 3 days or a bag of underwear like that. Food for maybe 2 months or go shopping for clothes. Those are basically the decisions people are making in the city every day, especially when they don't have a pantry and they don't have, equitable access to snack, you know, lunch on the go, which should be foods that should not be overpriced. Those should be under control and regulated. Lunch on the go should not be for people who make 50, should not be affordable only for people who make $50,000 a year. But that's the base normal. Basically from here to Pennsylvania, 66 miles away, a whole family eats with 250. 235 should be enough for a whole family between cans, beans, corn, green corn, asparagus, rice, meats, all this types of shit. Cheap over there, it's the 67-mile difference. It's quadruple. A family of four for a single person. So it's more than, you know, a family of four pay 250, 67 miles away, and one person pays 3 times that to survive 1 month. Not funny. Not funny. We should not be paying for that bullshit. We should not be paying. All right, I gotta dial it down. Gotta get busy. I've been talking most of the morning. I mean, I do have the freedom to talk, so that's why I'm doing it. Most of the time, I'm either on my way to working, you know, to a silent library, or not with my computer open. Basically, my time to be here, my time to speak to you guys like this, it's either short lived in the morning and throughout the day. I can't really voice out the city's concerns in such a manner openly. Gotta keep quiet. I'm not in a public area like this. It's real unfortunate, man. The city is making people poor, bro. You lose all your money here. You don't come here. You lose all your money. All your money. This is worse than Tokyo. Worse than Tokyo. Tokyo's overpriced as a motherfucker. And Tokyo is also doing things to visitors, to tourists, and charging tourists more money. Tourists is sort of doing the same thing. Tourism in Japan is taking a toll because certain retailers are not allowing tourists in, and tourists are paying more than Japanese people. But they're doing these things to Americans here, people that live here, doing this to everyone out here. It's not a laughing matter. It's real. It's real concern. Hopefully, it changes by my lifetime. If I stay in the city past my 45th of age, entering my 50s, which is 5 years from now, and I've already been here two. I'm heading to two in June. Hopefully it changes. Hopefully lowers price so we live plentiful again here. So we could seek being better. Good shit. Any other place, Little Rock, Arkansas, I would be saving 350 a month. Easy. Easy out there. 350. Little Rock's basically out of all the places I've visited, the cheapest one. Easily 350. Just being homeless of my own money, just into my pocket. 400 a month, easy. But all of it is going to survival. Every single last cent is going to survival out here. I think they're doing that on purpose, just to stop you from keeping any money, from having any money. It's like their view of their view of equality is to make you pay for food. Have some water here. My throat's getting a little dry from yesterday. Water. Hopefully the AG does something. My goal here out here is for the United States government, state government looks at this case, say, yo, doctors telling us that these motherfuckers is taking advantage of people out here. We gotta do something. It's causing big trouble. Big trouble. Arrest him. Arrest him. Put him in jail, baby. Put him in jail. Put him in jail, baby. Yeah, Cheetos. 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 Jordan. Jordan. On the video. Cheetos. Nike. Nike MBA. I think it's MBA. Very familiar. Pirate Booty. Absolutely. What I consider my absolutely. I eat them nearly daily. I eat it all the time. Cheeto, Cheeto, Cheeto. Frito Lay. I'm a Frito Lay. My body partially has Frito Lay. Actually, very toxic, very toxic. Yeah, if the city were to have free food, man, I'd probably be more active too, because I would have to look for the food. I would have more power, way more power than also with all my stuff. Instead of paying stationary, I eat it every day. Paying stationary, I'd be sitting Broadway. That's all that it takes. Just walk down Broadway, couple times till you find something. And you will, especially near the bull. Near the bull, salad. Goat cheese cranberry salad. Sandwiches. Halal pepper with hummus. Every day, every week. Every week you will find something out there. Vegetarian sandwich, all that stuff. That's basically our food, the homeless people's food, you know. The things that homeless people needed to get by, in addition to having their own money to buy their money, they weren't thinking when they stopped doing that. 90s, so they weren't thinking when they stopped that. Breakfast, Pitt, De Niro, Casino, Jackson, Tarantino, Weinstein. That is my favorite. If you dream on it, it'd be worth every second of being in here. Why? Because I'd be like, oh, tacos, what's today? Thursday. What's up? Let's go. Let's check. Let's wait till midnight. And it was at midnight. That's midnight. Let's wait till 11:30. 11:30, midnight to be walking and looking for that substance that kept you by. You still buy something, but it would supplement the need to buy to spend $15, to spend a lot that would supplement dietary needs or caloric deficiency. If you found a lot of it, you would satiate yourself with whatever you found. You would be full from it. You would have zero remorse if you spotted a bag of sandwiches, all the egg salad, everyone. And I was nice. How I did it, I was nice. I knew that other people are gonna come eat from this, so I'm like, let me get what I need. Let me get five from here and move on. Let me get, some of them would take the bag and back in the day disappear. And I was nice with it. You take two, three of these and move on. When I found the chocolate, I did the same thing. It was like a bag of 5 pounds chocolate bars right in front of a chocolatier in Uptown. Uptown, almost Washington Heights. Like 200 past Harlem, past Sugar Hill, all the way up there. And we were looking chocolatier, the bag. The bag was 5 pounds of just chocolate bars on the sidewalk. I'm like, ooh, 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 the white chocolate one, five of that. Black chocolate with almonds, that caramel, pop, pop, pop to the bag, and ate them to Washington Heights. I had a couple spots that I slept through, even safe. I had a lot of places that I could sleep. Like I knew exactly where I wanted to end the night if I'm heading a particular direction. It's not like now that I sleep in one area. Because the majority of New York City is a little dangerous, a little bit too touchy feely. Back then, nobody was touching other people. Like you could probably sleep and nobody was gonna find you or whatever and do some inappropriate things to you. So I would have an area where I would go. I'd be like, all right, I made it, boom, and just crash on that bed, crash on, on that particular, that real specific spot, pass out quickly, wake up. Where am I? I'm in the heights. Let me go to Starbucks. Right to Starbucks. I knew exactly sit on these walks looking for food where I was situated. And then back down to 14th or the 40th. Those were really good times. I would probably be doing that if there was food. 100%. Sweat my ass off just to find that food. I would. The reward would be there. The reward, I would find the free food. That's all that would have took me to place all this physical effort knowing that I was going to find a lot of stuff somewhere. A lot of stuff. Not a little bit, a lot. A lot of free food. Either pastry. And once I found the food, if I'm close enough, I would turn right back. And I wouldn't ride the subway either. I wouldn't need the subway. I didn't ride the subway a lot back then. Right back to Union Square. Full as fuck. It wouldn't take long. It'd be like, okay, I'm walking north through Broadway. That's how I did it. There. North through Broadway that way. Boom, past 40th. If I found nothing, if I were, okay, I'm on 14th Street. I would go between the street of Best Buy and that pharmacy that used to be right next. We used to be able to stairs to a supermarket right next to the Starbucks in at 14th Street. So the Best Buy straight that road north. Follow that one all the way down. Once I found food, stop. Eat it. Even take the bag and bring it back to 14th. People would be like, "Oh, thanks, man." Those were the times, man. That was Eden. When New York City met something, people were different. Everyone was the same. Everyone was hungry as a motherfucker. It's like, God damn, man, thank you. Sandwich, boom, boom, let me get two. That was worth it. Doing that, the effort was there. And other people brought food too. It'd be like, oh, I got a bag of that. Woo. Everyone, grub, free grub everywhere. Free grub everywhere you turn around the corner. But unfortunate that the best years of my life, my 20s, were suddenly taken from me. In fact, I should have just stayed in the city. You come to sense. I mean, I have a doctorate now, but I should have stayed in the city instead of earning the doctorate, or instead of going to the military. I'm pretty sure I would have pursued higher education regardless, because I was already in college. But staying in the city instead of going to the military would have changed my life. Would have been a little different. Maybe go to jail for life with Takashi 6 9. Who knows? Go to jail for life with him, or, full life, take life in prison or something like that. Big twist. You do, no association. But go through something like that. Say, and maybe the laws don't change against us. Maybe we wouldn't have gone to suffer this much just to survive out here. It's rough, man. When you have a lot of money, drug money or whatever, you don't care. But when you're smoking weed, you're not really paying attention to what's happening because you're focused more on having enough weed to pass the day. People smoke, like the majority of people here in New York City, which are always, intoxicated or something. So maybe they're looking for that, but they're not looking for the munchies if they're crying. They look for the munchies late at night. It definitely change everything. Going back to that, would be everything. I swear to God. Free food on the sidewalk, going back to eating garbage, or not garbage, but packaged food, clean food that's been packaged. It would change all expectations. The city would change because it would be caloric, surplus with enough effort. It wouldn't be caloric surplus with enough money. Effort, fight, walk, you know, hustle, exercise for your food, than having to spend for it. Did it on purpose. Profit over the city was amazing then. That was a dream on earth. Eden, that's the next thing with the place. Eden, Union, Eden, surrounded by food at all places. Wait for it. Boom! Here comes the pastry. Here comes the popcorn. Yes, I'm going 20. Here comes the popcorn. Hey, let me get some. Bad popcorn and shit. I mean everything to me. That food out there meant everything to me. It was my sustenance. It was part of the activity of doing that. You gotta go, you gotta walk. We're going on this long trek, this really long, high distance event. We're walking the 15, 16 miles north, but we're finding a reward. And once you find it, whoop, your joy and happiness. You sit there, sticking in your body a lot of pastry, a lot of sweet, a lot of fruit. It's surplus of everything. We didn't have to go too far to survive. Survival has been taken from certain people. And that's why, that's why they have been slowly leaving. And the dangerous people have stayed. So they were not like that. They were not like us. We were still different out here. Certainly, very happy. It was very interesting. It was a completely different city. There was excess of food anyway. When you didn't have to pay for food, you had $300 in your pocket at all times, and you did not spend it. And when you came across another 30, another 60, beer, beer, 340 ounces, one whole 2 pounds of peppered ham, 1.5 pound or 2 pounds of water ham, pepper turkey, water ham, and just drink beer and eat cold cuts. You know how much the ham was? $7, $8 for 2 pounds. Not for a little bit. A stack this big of cold cuts. A stack that everyone ate from. Just drink pounds and you had 340s to yourself. And everyone's on liquor and on beer. Still, I'm Budweiser. Three, 340 ounces of fucking Budweiser. And you're fucking nomming on ham. And everyone's eating for the same time. And it just satisfies you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna black out. You blacking out? Yeah, me too. Bye. Passed out. The city was amazing. Everything was affordable and you could get a lot. But now, all of that's out of reach. You can get drunk, but you're not gonna have any food. You know, you can get drunk, have a lot of fun, you can drink all the beer you want. Beer is still cheap as a motherfucker because you're not gonna have a surplus of food in your belly. It's not gonna be fun to do it. You'll be starving. You're gonna go home. You're gonna go to sleep with an empty belly. You can't afford that shit anymore. You can't afford ham out here. You think you can afford ham at Bodega like that? Like back in the day? Not back in the day, just 2010. Hell no. 2 pounds? Yeah, we got 2 pounds of turkey, pepper turkey. What? It's gonna be $25. We were there. We were there. $7, 2 pounds of ham like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's the ham too. Get some ham. $14, 4 pounds. Four pounds of cold cut. Yeah, damn. That was the city. That's what I did when I was there. That was my experience with the city. I got some bread. Mike, I remember Mike. Russian Michael. I got making sandwiches. Oh, high as shit, drunk ass motherfucker. That was fun. Without food, there's no play. Without food, there's no play. The best that people that smoke ain't eating. They just get high, put a job on their food, and they blunt. They ain't doing what we were doing. We were being safe, playing it safe. We didn't have to smoke to have fun. We ate like a motherfucker. We ate like monsters. Strong that. Just nonstop. Pizza, pizza go. Yeah. That's all we did on vacation too. Eat. I went to Delaware, and when I was with 6ix9ine, Ian, Stevie, Stephanie, Michael, Iggy. I don't know where Iggy is. All these people, all these people grew up and had a family, started working jobs, went to college. We all did the same thing. I ended up graduating college 3 times in 10 years. I ended up graduating with 3 different degrees in 10 years. But what we did, go on vacation, wake up in the morning, wait a little bit, work in the morning a little bit, then start drinking. Drinking and then food. A fucking piece of meat this big and shit. Woo. I like this. A roast this big of meat, slices, pizza dough, making pizzas, drunk activity. Drunk activity. Straight up. Real drunk activity. Drunk kids just drinking and eating. We didn't give a fuck about smoking a cigarette. Iggy smoked. Iggy definitely he liked tea and smoke, but the rest of us, we just the munchies, the alcoholic munchies. And we did. We ate like a motherfucker. We ate more than we drank. That's what I remember doing. We were not obese. We were skinny white kids. They ended up moving to California, having a baby, growing up. And I'm back here, and I'm realizing that it's not fun anymore. Especially when you're alone. Because if I had a kitchen, whew, my life would change. If I had a place to stay, if Ian was around, he was working here in the city, and he was still sort of the same, forget about it. Or Michael, just, whoop, what's up? Staying. Let's go to the supermarket. Go to the supermarket quickly, quickly. Let's have these munchies. So yeah, not again. Want to do? Yeah, let's do that. All right, work tomorrow. Fuck it. I'll be out here when you gotta. I'll get busy and shit. That's where the best trip at the city you ever lived. Eden, I'm pretty sure the food on the sidewalk lasted a really long time too. They started food bins, all the garbage. People gotta have bins and not bins and blah blah blah. And now the night's clean. The sidewalk is clean throughout the night. There's nothing else there. There is nothing out there. You must have forgot.
Con el padre, métele. Sí.
Oh, Bounce, bounce, come on, bounce. Come on, bounce. Come on, all I can make, and this website, this freaking internet is garbage. I'm done for today.
Ah, ah. Little nigga. People behind me. Good. I could get out of here. All right, let's get out of here. Oh my goodness. Niggas, stop it. Me? Nah. Pearly whites. Uh, My pants to my ankles. Lucky they're not.